想，谁人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方。風雨裏追趕，夢裏分不清影蹤。天空海闊，你與我可會變？原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，又會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。仍然自由自我，永遠高唱我歌，走遍千里。原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，又會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。
爱情。
少女为了反抗母亲，化身巨龙四处破坏；反派为了通关迷宫，又是暗杀又是炸弹，结果却因性格残念功亏一篑。这段特殊的冒险究竟会有怎样的故事呢 ？Hello， 大家好，我是琪琪，今天继续和大家讲普通公鸡是全体2连击，这样的妈妈你喜欢吗？上回说到蓝毛妈为了一雪前耻，在许愿季上与真真子展开了模拟店对决，双方一个是料理店，一个是咖啡厅，一个人满为患，一个空空如也。比赛刚刚开始就已结束，蓝毛妈气得转身就扒了蓝毛的衣服，还想让他通过色诱招揽顾客。正巧男主过来查看情况，一进门就将81的一幕撞了个正着。男主也是很实在，直接站定让他们打。结果成盒之后，他竟然因为死亡过多开启了浮游状态。蓝毛妈哪知道男主变成了阿飘啊，他还在那和蓝毛讨论呢，说什么让他 通过色诱去操控男主。蓝毛对此事一点都不想配合，但耐不住他的妈妈态度强硬，所以在男主出生后，他还是听从命令撵上了男主。事情发展到这一步，男主也有点看不下去了，他劝说蓝毛妈希望他能够放过蓝毛，停下这种无意义的比拼。但蓝毛妈这边执意要分出输赢，说着还让蓝毛报名了选美比拼，想要在这上面获得第一。本来这种比赛蓝毛是占绝对优势的，结果比赛到一半，真真子忽然乱入，夺走了胜利。眼看蓝毛妈又要暴走，关键时刻男主拉着蓝毛就跑。事后通过交谈得知，蓝毛也只是想好好的享受这个游戏，和朋友们一起玩闹。但因为母亲的原因，他身边一个朋友都没有。听到这儿，众人异口同声的表示，他们就是他的朋友。蓝毛感动极了，第一次露出了发自内心的笑容。但下一秒，他就被蓝毛妈一把按在了树上。蓝毛妈根本不在意蓝毛有没有朋友，她只想看到他成为第一。说着还举起了手中的法杖。幸好真人子及时赶到，挡下了这一波攻击。他实在无法理解为何蓝毛妈执意要蓝毛获得第一，难道这比孩子的感受更加重要吗？蓝毛妈表示，只有蓝毛成为了第一，他才能以第一名的母亲自称。说到底，一切都是为了自己的虚荣心。蓝毛无法接受，心态也彻底崩了。从前的他之所以会一忍再忍，就是因为他认为母亲所做的一切都是为了自己。如今得到这样的回复，蓝毛感到了深深的背叛，积压在心底的黑暗喷涌而出。美少女也瞬间变成了一只巨龙。看到自家女儿变成这副形态，蓝毛妈不仅没有自省，还将一切责任推到了男主身上。真真子见状冲上去挡下了攻击，战局就此分裂，由母亲对战母亲，孩子对战孩子。真真子这边一边战斗一边话痨，说着说着就浑身发起了光，光芒下法杖上的水晶逐渐破裂，蓝毛妈也从歇斯底里的状态中逐渐清醒了过来。另一边，男主三人正在努力控制蓝毛的暴走，橙毛一如既往开局拉胯，没过一会儿就在后面嗑起了药。男主虽然想用话痨打动蓝毛，但无论他怎么说，蓝毛都不愿意听。就在这时，清醒过来的蓝毛妈挡在了他们面前，他为自己的行为感到后悔，说话的态度也与之前截然不同。男主在他身上看到了母爱的光芒，也决心要帮他一起救下蓝毛。通过这段时间的嗑药，橙毛的魔力值也恢复的差不多了，他们几人相互配合，一起打破了散发黑气的魔杖。战斗结束后，蓝毛妈和众人说起了她的心路历程。自从蓝毛出生后，她便决心要成为一个优秀的母亲，为此她尽力培养蓝毛，学习运动都想让他成为最好。但渐渐的，这种期望过了头，蓝毛也感到了巨大的负担。为了改变这种错误的亲子关系，蓝毛妈带着蓝毛一起进入了这款游戏。本来是出于好意，结果不知怎么的就变成了如今这个局面。男主通过观察发现，一切问题都是出在那根魔杖上，那根魔杖能够解放隐藏在心中的冲动。正是因为受到魔杖的影响，蓝毛妈才会变得如此偏激。如今魔杖已毁，蓝毛也顺利与母亲和好，他不再压抑自己的天性，还说什么要成为男主的女主角。这后宫宣言一出口，小队成员也再度增加。试验结束后，男主等人迎来了期待已久的奖励 time。本以为他们想要的道具是通过兑换获得的，结果紫毛义正言辞的表示，这是扭蛋，10点 SP 抽11次，100点 SP 就可以抽110次。飞球总会对自己有着盲目的自信，男主等人也不例外。结果一顿操作下来，除了粉毛拿到了自己想要的布娃娃，另外2人是毫无所获。紫毛看那么可怜，便额外赠送了一次抽奖机会。这次男主成功抽到了金光 SSR， 可惜的是，这个 SSR 是妈妈专用的围裙。虽然收到礼物的真人子很开心，但男主等人的实力是一点都没涨。孩子们躺赢的生活还在继续。为了提高自身的实力，众人又来到了一座新建的攻略塔。这座攻略塔又高又大，只要成功通关就能实现任何愿望。男主想要通过这座塔拥有比真人子更强的力量，结果众人才刚到小镇就被一群妈妈给围了起来，还说什么在找自家失踪的孩子。男主对这里的情况一无所知，只能将视线放向了不远处的棺材，哪里有棺材哪儿就有紫毛。据他的了解，这次的任务根本就不在官方的计划中，于是为了调查事情的内幕，一行人浩浩汤汤地杀到了迷宫塔。本以为攻略过程多少会有点艰辛，结果因为真人子的介入，众人毫发无损地来到了中层。在这里，他们遇到了一个十分残念的黄毛。这个黄毛出场就是一阵摔，摔完后还自称是自由军团的4天王之一。这个自由军团听起来十分牛掰，其实就是个叛逆期孩子组成的反抗集团。黄毛作为其中的统领之一，这个性格相当的一言难尽啊。每次男主都还没问呢，他就叭叭叭叭地说出了一大堆信息。众人从他口中得知，孩子们之所以会失踪，就是因为加入了反抗集团之中。为了能在攻略的同时带回这些孩子，紫毛提议成立工会招募伙伴。工会的住址相当破旧，名字也取得十分随意。为了能够招到人，众人决定先对工会进行一番改造。
Upgrade complete. That's a given. It has begun. For my brothers. Job done. It has begun. Job done.
Job's done.
My brothers.
Job's done. Job's
That's a
done.
given.
Job's done. Job's done.
For my brothers.
Job's done.
That's a
Job's
given.
done. Job's done. Job's done.
Enlighten me. I am prepared. Out with it. I am prepared.
Upgrade complete.
Thy bidding. I am
Upgrade
prepared.
complete. Upgrade complete.
Enlighten me. Thy bidding. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done.
Enlighten me. That's a given. I am prepared.
Job's done.
Out with it. Shall be the wiser. For my brothers.
Job's done. Job's done.
Out with it. Enlighten me. Out with it. Thy bidding. That's a given. It has begun. For my brothers.
Job's done.
Begun.
Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's done.
Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete.
It has begun. For my brothers. That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
For my brothers.
Job's done.
I am prepared.
知道，我的桃花儿也谢了。
I am prepared.
旁人來靜靜看我到底愛上哪些？旁人來越關心中安慰我，開解一生等你也是奈何，彷彿我在拼命要起航。
What do you want?
Enlighten.
錯。
Upgrade complete.
旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，我是從風失中飄起這首歌，是舊日時認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。
I bid you.
曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的我，到真的決定便離舊。底空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？ 你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花也谢了。
Out with it. I am prepared. Enlighten me.
曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？
I am
而
prepared.
飄飄忽忽的
Out
你
with it.
到真的決定便離舊。 留低空空虛虛的我，對否等你就似這歌？
Job done.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也謝了。你知不知道？你知不知道？ 我等到花也谢了。当你等到我心
Research
痛，
complete.
当你等到没有梦。 所有感觉已成空，就让一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？ 我等到花儿也谢了。
Upgrade complete.
My bidding. Enlighten me.
谢
Out with it.
了。
Upgrade complete.
可以关闭荧幕。
着冷眼與嘲笑，從沒有放棄過心中的理想。一剎那，彷彿若有所失的感覺，不知不覺已變淡，心裏愛。願這一生不羈放縱愛自由，也會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以。哪會怕有一天知你共我
？No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
My bidding
Upgrade complete.
has begun.
寒夜裏看雪飄過，
No one shall be the
為着
wiser.
冷卻了的心窩飄
Job's done.
過。
Job's done.
風雨追趕，
Out with it.
霧裏分不清影
Enlighten
蹤
me.
天空海闊你與我
Out with it.
原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛。
bidding. I am prepared. Out with it. My bidding. I am prepared. No one shall be the wiser. That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done.
My bidding. Out.
Job's done.
My bidding.
Job's done.
I am prepared.
Job's done.
Out with it.
Job's done.
My bidding. For my brothers.
Job's
I
done.
am prepared. No one shall
Job's
be the wiser.
done.
Out with it. My bidding. My bidding. has begun.
Upgrade complete.
For my brothers,
Job's done.
I bid
Job's done.
that's a given.
Double.
I am prepared.
Job's done.
Out with it. My bidding. Out with it.
Ready to work. 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 Ready to work.
My bidding. Out with it. My bidding.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
has
Job's
begun.
done. Job's done.
For my brothers,
Job's done. What is it? Job's done.
above. I am prepared. Enlighten me.
More work.
I am prepared. Out with it.
Double.
My bidding.
Research complete. Ready to work.
I stand ready. I stand ready. I stand ready. I
Upgrade complete.
It has begun. That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done.
I am prepared.
Yes, me lord.
Enlighten me. I am prepared. Enlighten me. Out with it. Enlighten me. No one shall be the wiser. I am prepared. Thy bidding.
Research complete. What?
I am prepared. Out. I am prepared. It has begun. That's a given.
I'm here to help.
I'm your shooter. No one shall be the wiser.
Is there danger?
I bid.
Job's done.
You have a target. Enlighten.
可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。曾天天親親的你，愛假想某
Where
日
shall
多
my
麼
blood be
I am
spilled?
prepared.
Job's
No
done.
one
如
shall be the
孤
wiser.
孤單單的
My
我
life for this.
會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽
I wish
忽的
only to
你，
serve.
到真的決定變力量。 睇空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？ 真的你，愛假想某日便離
Our
去。
forces are under attack.
孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這個？飄飄忽忽的我，我真的決定別離開。睇空空的我，我講你就似這個，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也謝了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也謝了。
Enlighten me.
等你等到我心
Upgrade
痛，
complete.
等你等
Upgrade
到
complete.
没有
I am
梦，
prepared.
所有感觉已成空，就让一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了，我等到花也谢了。
YouTube Premium 让你持续播放影片，即使关闭手机荧幕，背景播放音乐不间断，立即免费试用。
Out with it. I am prepared.
I need orders.
What is it? More work?
今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心
What?
和
Yes, me lord. More work? I bow to your will.
追趕夢裏
I bid you.
的情影中，天空海闊，你與
Out with it.
我
My brothers.
Job's done.
心中的理想，一剎那。
I wish only to serve.
It has begun.
Upgrade
No one shall be
complete.
the wiser.
Job's done.
Enlighten me.
心裏愛。
Job's
Job's done.
My bidding. I am prepared.
Upgrade complete.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
My bidding. For my brothers. It has begun. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done.
My brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Outward. For my brothers. That's a given. It has begun.
More gold
That's a
is
given.
required. Upgrade complete.
I am prepared. My bidding. Enlighten me.
Where do you want us? Let's get to fighting.
Out with it. I am prepared. It has begun.
This better be.
Enlighten me.
Job's done. Upgrade
That's a
complete.
given. It has begun. That's a
Job's
given.
done.
Out with it.
Job's done.
Enlighten me. My bidding. For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
I pledge my loyalty.
Enlighten me.
仿佛告诉我生命本无常。来一首老诗，喝一杯老酒，明月啊，让我拥抱。
My bidding.
明月光，疑是地上霜。举头望明
Is there something amiss?
The light is my strength.
Show us a target.
Yes. How can I help?
What is your wish?
Yes. Master?
That's it.
Upgrade complete.
It has begun.
Job's done. Job's done.
Upgrade complete.
Plan prepared.
Not summon.
Get on, master.
Job's done.
Upgrade complete.
完全零广告，敬请观看，手干扰，免费试用 YouTube Premium。
Research complete.
男主蓝毛和粉毛出门购买物品，橙毛和真人子则留在公会打扫卫生。正所谓衣食住行缺一不可，出门购买物品，橙毛和真人子则留在公会打扫卫生。正所谓衣食住行缺一不可，即使是反派也是如此。所以没走两步，男主就在商店里偶遇了黄毛，在这种地方相遇，打是肯定不能打的。于是蓝毛发动了毒蛇攻击，三言两语就把黄毛给说哭了。被他这么一戏弄，黄毛愤愤地给出了个情报，说什么他已经派杀手去暗杀真人子了。三人一听这话，再一想真人子的实力，这就应该担心杀手还是该担心真人子呢？就在这时，橙毛一脸惊恐地跑了过来，说什么再不回去，真人子就要输了。男主听后飞一般地冲回了公会，结果一开门，
この水晶玉を置いておけば1900番
确实是要输了，再不来就要被骗了。男主满脸无奈，小猫却从那个水晶球中看出了猫腻。原来那颗水晶球是一个巨型炸弹，其威力甚至能炸飞整个工会。咱也不知道如今这个年代的暗杀动静为啥会这么大，但在杀手的计划中，众人是要被炸。咱也不知道如今这个年代的暗杀动静为啥会这么大，但在杀手的计划中，众人是要被炸弹一起炸飞的。结果真真子一看炸弹闪耀，立马上前一顿摸，说什么这只小的炸弹，就像一个哭闹的孩子，解释是那么的离谱，男主也是满脸的不可置信。但你别说，这一摸竟然真的把炸弹给摸停了。此时此刻已经无力回想了。看了这么多番摸停炸弹的你还是第一个。第一次暗杀没能成功，黄毛随即又派来了第二拨人，这次的手段依旧是炸弹，只不过安装的地点换成了城镇。领头的刀疤男以此威胁众人，说什么如果他们不配合，他就引爆这些炸弹。真真子在他们的威胁下化身小女仆，又是做饭又是床上服务的。有一说一，刀疤男所谓的床上服务肯定不是哄睡这么简单，结果被真真子盖被这么一拍，他是什么想法都没有了。这样一顿操作下来，他们不仅没有享受福利，还感受到了久违的母爱。经此一事，混混三人组洗心革面，重新做人。男主还没有行动，他们就把城里的炸弹拆了个精光。听闻他们反叛，黄毛这边忍不了了，他趁着众人开会的时候冲入温泉，发出灵魂拷问。男主感动极了，这么正常的反应，真的是久违了。黄毛这次的造访，除了白给了一波福利，其他是啥也没干。另一边，找回孩子的母亲呢？
Upgrade complete.
For my brothers, no one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
For my brothers, it has begun.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers,
Job's done. Job's done.
enlighten me. It has begun. For my brothers,
Job's done.
I bid him. I am prepared.
Which way?
I bid him. Out with it.
你知不知道？你知不知道？
So I open it up.
我是人，静静看我孤單，愛上他什麼？原來越關心中安慰我已越結果。決定開解一生，等你也是奈何，彷彿我在拼命要起可援助。旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯。何時從逢迷失中飄起這首歌？是舊日時認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。曾天天真真的你，我打算偶若變離群。如孤孤單單的我，會否跟你齊唱這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定別離舊，留低空空虛虛 去的我，會否等你就似這個
Which way?
你知不知道
That's a given.
你知不知
Job's
道
done.
我等到花儿也谢了
I bid you.
你知不知道你知不知道我等到花儿也谢了就似這個，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。
Guide me.
Upgrade. Upgrade.
等你等到我心痛，
For my
等
brothers,
你等到
it has
没有
begun.
我，
No one shall be the wiser.
所有感
Job's
觉
done.
已成空，就让一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了，我等到花儿。
订阅也可以关闭荧幕，YouTube Music Premium 免费试用1个月。
今天我寒夜里看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方，風雨裏。多少次
Research complete.
就冷眼與嘲笑，從沒有
I am
放棄
prepared.
過心中的理想。一剎
Enlighten
那
me.
彷彿若有所失。
Show me the
I bid
path.
you.
不
Enlighten
知
me.
不覺已變淡心裏愛。原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由。也會怕有一天會跌倒，背棄了理想，
I am prepared.
谁人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。天空海闊，你與我可會變？原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，又會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。仍然自由自我，永遠高唱我歌，走遍千里。原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，又會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以。哪會怕有一天知你共我？背棄了理想，誰人都可以。哪會怕有一天知你共我？
爱情。是你吧，高高我从藏间啊，看尽了人世的雨伞，多少功名似尘埃。是我傻，总是在寂寞夜里望，你是越是却是迷惘，仿佛告诉我生命的无常。来饮一首老诗，喝一杯老酒，明月啊，别笑我痴，别笑我狂。窗前
寂寞也理由啊，你是人是却是迷惘，仿佛告诉我生命本无常。来一首老诗和一杯老酒，明月啊，让我拥抱，带我翱翔。见明月光，疑是地上霜。举头望明月，低头思故乡。
爱情。
Forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
cette année dans la catégorie Révélation soliste instrumentale. Et Béatrice Berru au piano. Bravo et merci.
完全零广告，让你尽情观看，不受干扰。免费试用 YouTube Premium。
A player's forces are under attack.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。旁人來靜靜看我到底愛上等什麼？旁人來會關心中安慰愛已沒結果。熱烈地開解一生，等你也是奈何，彷彿我在拼命要起航。
I am prepared.
沒錯，旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，何時從逢迷失中飄起這首歌？ 是舊約是認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？ 飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定別離後，留低空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？
Job's done.
我等到花兒
Job's done.
也謝
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。
Someone open it up.
而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定別離後，留低空空虛虛的我，對否等你就似這歌。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也謝了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也謝了。
Job's done.
I am prepared.
當你等到我心
Upgrade
痛，
complete.
當你等到沒有夢，所有感覺已成空，
My bidding.
就讓一切
My
都
brothers.
隨風。
That's a given.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。我等不到。
Enlighten me.
Research complete.
今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為著冷卻了的心窩飄遠方。
My bidding.
「
Upgrade complete.
My brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done. Job's done.
I am prepared. Enlighten me. I bid you. Enlighten me.
Research complete.
Out with it. I bid you. That's a given. I cannot summon this. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done.
I am prepared.
Job's done.
Out with it. Enlighten me.
Job's done. Job's
It has
done.
begun. That's a given.
Who you want me?
I bid you.
Job's done. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Someone call for the doctor. Up. I bid you. Out with it. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done.
I bid you.
What? What you want me to do?
Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete.
Who you want me to do? I am prepared.
What you want me to go? Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Out with it.
你是地上霜，举头望明月，低头思故乡。
关闭荧幕也能持续聆听，不受干扰。免费试用 YouTube Premium。
为了表达歉意，打算加入工会，和众人一起攻略迷宫塔。这庞大的妈妈团看起来十分强大，实则特别的事儿多，一会儿要回去关窗啦，一会儿要回去收衣服啦。被他们这么一搞，男主等人久久没能入塔。另一边，黄毛得到消息，早早的等在了塔里，想要把众人一次性炸飞。结果无论他怎么等，这人始终没来。黄毛左转右转，一不小心就引爆了炸弹。等男主等人来到的时候，这里是一片废墟，黄毛被埋在石头底下。等他从里面爬出来的时候，众人已经从废墟上过去了，没办法，他只能利用传送阵反超到更上层等待。结果等啊等，等到花都谢了，还是没看到人影。黄毛气得直接冲下去找茬，再反观男主等人竟然在那里悠悠闲闲的吃饭，真的是毫无紧张感。黄毛暴怒，说什么都要和真真子比家务，结果真的比起来，黄毛这边用手洗，真真子那边洗碗机，黄毛这边搓衣板，真真子那边洗衣机。人力终究战胜不了现代科技，战败的黄毛转身就走，说什么在楼上再会。等众人追上去一看，发现黄毛操控着一大群的兽人。据他所说，这些兽人都是那些叛变的孩子。原来刀疤男在叛变之后偷偷找上黄毛，想要自己解决这个麻烦，结果攻击不成反被控。有了他们的存在，男主等人无法全力进攻，再加上登塔的过程中众人误踩陷阱，失去衣物，如今的防御几乎为零，所以现在的情况就很严峻。眼看众人就要败下阵来，关键时刻妈妈们忽然顿悟了，正所谓自家的孩子还是得由自己来管。伴随着一阵光芒，所有妈妈都穿上了铠甲，他们一人一个解决了被控的孩子。清醒之后，刀疤男也把黄毛的目的告诉了众人，他是想通关这座迷宫塔，然后许下让妈妈从这个世界消失的愿望。为了阻止他的行为，众人飞快地冲上塔顶，路上还遇到了真假妈妈的戏码。有真人子的存在，男主自然是无伤的通过了此关。他们在塔顶撞上了孤身一人的黄毛，别看黄毛性格残念，其实实力还是相当不错的。他还有个被动技能，能够反弹一系列的攻击，但这在自大挂的真人子眼里根本不是什么问题。只见他随手一指，就是个母亲的斥责，当场把黄毛变成了焦炭。黄毛见自己不是真人子的对手，转身就冲向了许愿的石碑。眼看他就要说出自己的愿望，关键时刻，男主大喊：毁灭世界变成了6个鸡蛋，黄毛连哭都哭不出来。而经过这么一次冒险，男主也发现，虽然和妈妈在一起有很多的麻烦，但这种不一样的旅途也是十分宝贵的体验。他决定继续和妈妈一起冒险。3剧到此完结，撒花。总体来说，这就是部亲子搞笑番，不需要细究其中的逻辑，也不需要细究其中的剧情，但以笑点和福利来说，还是相当不错的。其中琪琪最喜欢的就是蓝毛这个角色，从一开始的女神形象到后期的腹黑毒舌，蓝切黑没有一丝违和。各位有兴趣的小伙伴可以自己去了解一下，有成加入这个番也可以留言告诉琪琪。最后也请大家多多分享，喜欢此片的可给我琪琪点个赞，加个订阅，白嫖可是不好的哦，拜拜，爱你们。
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。旁人來靜靜看我到底愛上等什麼？旁人來回關心中安慰愛已沒結果。熱烈地開解一生，等你也是奈何，彷彿我在拼命要起可滿座。旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，何時從逢迷失中飄起這首歌？是舊日時認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定便離。
Double attack, there's no check that will eventually win your piece, then you're fine. So it's only one loose piece, the knight on f4, and it's also attacking the bishop on d3. You're threatening to capture that with a check, as well as the pawn on g2 is hanging. So I'm now in a really unpleasant situation because my pawn on g2 is undefended. And I also just wouldn't like you to take my bishop at some point. Do you have, by the way, a preference for bishops or knights?
I'm really bad with knights, so I prefer bishops, but I actually tend to give because I think the French usually gives up the bishop pair, like usually, right? I think so. In most of my games, I have more knights than I do bishops. They usually have a bishop pair, and I usually have... Oh, yeah, it's because I'm usually trading my bishop for their knight at some point.
I see.
Oh, no. In the Royal Lopez, that's what it is. Anyway, in most of my games, I generally have more knights than bishops, unfortunately. They usually have.
You would prefer more bishops, less knights.
Yeah, I mean, because it's just easier. Honestly,
I'm sure you will get used to
I
knights.
have to get used to it.
It's just perhaps less instinctive at the beginning. The way knights move, it's not that. It's just like that's the most awkward piece. The way it moves. Also, all those tactical motifs where you can fork two of your opponent's pieces. So I think once you get used to how to use your knights in the middle game, how to maneuver with them, how to get them to better positions, how to find a way to optimize your knights, then you can be really a strong player, because knights are so tricky that you will end up winning material with knights. So I think I understand fully your preference for bishops. I also like bishops a lot, but once you will have more experience, especially with knight maneuvers, we can take a look at knight maneuvers and how to improve your knights in general. And then if you just keep being alert during your PogChamps games, I do think a lot of your opponents will step into forks.
They will get forked. Yes, that's true. And
yes.
The more, you're right. The more I play, the more comfortable I'm becoming. So it is definitely improving slowly. So it's good. It's I'm forced to learn it since all of my openers tend to lean towards me having knights and them having more bishops. So yeah, it's fine.
And it could become your winning piece for the event. So that's also good to have in mind. Well done. Knight f4 is a really annoying move for white, and possibly the best move for white is to castle and protect the pawn. But if you want, you can take the bishop, or you can also just wait on f4 with the knight, because it's such an annoying piece. It's taking away a lot of squares in white's camp, constantly attacking those squares, and also just making the the bishop be dependent on the protection of the queen, so I cannot just move my queen wherever I want to. I have to keep protecting the bishop.
Yes.
So it's really annoying to have that knight, and you could just wait for white to want to chase it away, because if they will, let's say, what would you play here as black? Let's make a move for black here.
I'd probably just develop my knight. I can look to eventually push here. Wait, let me look. If I push here, you take, then I can, yeah, if you take, then I actually have 2 threatening the white bishop. So that's probably...
Really good job, you found a pin there, yes.
That's probably what I would look to pressure.
Excellent, excellent. You're putting pressure on this pawn, and as you said, I cannot take it because the d3 bishop then will fall. So it's great how you combined the fact that you are already attacking the bishop and how your bishop from g6 is pinning the pawn on e4. Really good tactical vision there, well done.
Thanks. But I think you would just develop your knight
Excellent.
and protect it. Either here or
Yeah.
here. And then...
Yes, but for instance, this would be a moment where white can make an easy mistake, because one would be to take the pawn.
Oh, that's true.
That would be a big blunder. And also, if I were to develop the knight, which square do you think is the right one for white to move to?
I guess a more defensive one would be better. So I guess d2 would be better, because you also protect the fork coming along. Wait, I guess this one defends it too. Because I know that, like, one of the weaknesses to the London is this square, because he's gonna get forked if I ever get a pawn here, right? Like, if I'm able to take, so... But this would also defend it. I think it is the d square, the d2, because you're also defending your knight, so you get to, like, they get to protect each other. But yes, I'm not sure.
Okay, if you were to play that move, before you make that move, I will always suggest that you visualize the resulting position. So before you make the knight move, you'll need to picture your knight on d2 and how it changes the position of white.
Oh, it blocks the queen from protecting the bishop.
Yes, really good.
So
it blocks the queen.
It has to go to c4 or c3.
Yes, really good. But see, this is because of your d5 move, you have just given white a couple of options which are looking normal, but they are bad. Like taking is
that's true.
Just first-hand instinct at beginner level, and knight d2 to protect it. If they realize there's a pin, they still may play knight d2 and forget that the knight from f4 was targeting the bishop on d3, and now the queen is not protecting it. The knight is in the way.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well,
excellent.
I didn't see it. I just remembered that generally it's better to hop over here, so I just, on instinct, wanted to put it here, especially because it protects this. Because generally, I have like a bishop here, and then they usually hop here, because I'm looking to attack h2, and the knight's really annoying, so that's one of the main reasons I attack it.
Yeah.
But then they do this move, and it protects the knight, so even if I take it, they can just reincarnate it with another knight.
True. Yes, you're right that the knights on f3 and d2 normally work very well, but we always have to analyze the individual position.
That's
so
true.
It's great to have those patterns, but it's sometimes, oftentimes there are exceptions, and especially when there's something concrete. So this knight is already targeting the bishop on d3, and that's something that white has to have in mind. So just as much as you will always need to take a look at the knight on f4, if you're okay, if it's not in danger, if there are no tactical motives involving that knight, white will also always have to look at the d3 bishop. So that's why I was saying the other day, if you remember, that I call them loose and semi-loose pieces. So the f4 knight can get into trouble just as much as the d3 bishop, because the d3 bishop, even though it's protected, it's also attacked by one piece, so they are in a similar situation. Excellent, excellent that you later realized why knight d2 is not the best. But this is how chess works. You're just constantly giving each other a task to deal with, and who will make a mistake is usually the one to lose the game. The last mistake, because there can be many mistakes within a game.
Yes. And then now it's kind of weird.
So knight to c3 would protect the pawn. That's true. How would you continue here?
Well, generally, like whenever it's usually a bunch of pressure on one piece, but I don't think I can out pressure white because he could just move his pawn over. Sorry, his rook over. He could just move his queen up. No, I guess that wouldn't do it. I guess it's only one more. He only has one more layer. But
true.
But we don't really have good ways to attack it right now because this isn't great. It kind of ruins my pawns. And
yes, you're right that sometimes, even though you've already used the pawn and the bishop to target e4, but sometimes there is no more wood we can use for the fire. So it is a good idea to put pressure on e4, but sometimes we cannot use more pieces because, as you said, if you push your pawn to f5, that will weaken your structure.
Yeah. So I probably would just
as
give
an
up
instinct,
on it.
then what would you do?
I would just give up on it and start developing. I probably would hop my knight. The thing is, I don't know if I can break through this. So I don't know if I should be hopping over here to, to keep hopping over.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I guess that's in 2 hops I get here. But then if they protect it...
Yeah, that's a plan.
It still doesn't really solve my issues. I'm not actually sure. Like, here is where I'd be a little lost because on one end I kind of want to march these things down to like start harassing him. But on the other, like, I can't really castle queenside because I don't really have a base for my...
I love how you're looking at aggressive attacking plans. That's great.
Yeah, but I don't see an out. Like, a possibility is to maybe go here to attack there. Maybe start formulating an attack here because I could move my queen here and my knight here to attack this piece. And eventually push this. I don't know. This is usually where I just keep developing and hope I get somewhere.
Yes. Sure, so if you were to just keep developing, which is a great way to continue the game, what would be the setup you choose for your piece development?
I probably would choose d6 here.
Huh? That puts pressure on the d4 pawn, so you're basically trying to put some pressure on both central pawns of white. That's great.
Oh, another thing I can do is pin this. I usually look for these pins.
Nice. Yes, that's another option. Good. Good. So if you were to look at that, I'm just gonna make this move.
Okay, so now I could try to pin the knight. And then I could start attacking this piece because his defender can't move. But then
yes,
you can just
that's
move your queen.
So you're pinning my knight, and this is the knight that's protecting my d4 pawn. So you're already threatening to take that pawn, basically. Really good. And if I take on d5 and claim that I'm trying to open up this e5, your e6 pawn is pinned, would you get scared? Can I scare you?
I'm a little scared. Let me think. I mean, I can just take with my knight. Let me see. I think I just take with my knight, right? Am I missing something big?
You can take it with the knight, and if I take it,
then I get the...
What will happen?
I take it with my queen.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing you you had to check that you'll be able to take back later with the queen.
And then I would probably try to castle because I'm like, oh, I don't like this pin.
Yeah, that's really good instinct as well. That you don't want to keep your king on a semi-open file for too long because it may be an issue. But as you said, if the knight is taken, you can take back with the queen. So no bother that the pawn is pinned. You will still have the queen's protection. And after taking back with the queen, now you're putting even more pressure on the f3 knight, even more pressure on the d4 pawn. So this is great. Let me try to make a counter move and see if we get somewhere. Not that it's easy for white anymore because of you attacking here. I'm just gonna make a semi-decent move. What would it be a semi-decent move here? I'm thinking... What would you play if I were to place the bishop here? I said semi-decent move, but probably this is the best chance of white to get out of that attack.
Wait, if I take...
Let's calculate that. So if you take on f3, what do you think white will do?
I think you take the bishop. Sorry, the bishop takes the queen.
Yes, and what will you do then?
Queen.
You take the queen. Can you visualize that position and how you're doing in terms of material?
Okay. I win a knight, you win a queen. I win a queen, you win a bishop. I win a bishop, I win. Oh no, I don't, because I'm still pinned. Okay, that's not good.
Yes.
So, no good. What if I take this? If I take with the queen... No, because then you take back and I take back, you take back, but I have nothing left to threaten. So that's also no good. Well, I would back off then. I would probably run back.
That's also an option, yes.
I probably would just step back one.
Yeah, you can be patient and step back one square. Really good job that you realized that taking here, it's very tempting because it's like takes, and you take a lot of things, and it looks like the bishop will be hanging at the end, but you calculated well that, depending on which rook takes on d1. But if it's the right one, indeed, if it's the A rook, then you cannot take the bishop, so it's equal material.
Yes.
Well done. Yeah, so it's better to back up with the queen because that keeps the pin. It keeps also the pressure that you're building over the d4 pawn, and you can still bring your rook as well to the d5 if you want to, or even castle queenside. How would you feel about that?
I mean, it does put my rook in position, but I'd be a little freaked out because I feel like my king would be too easy of a target.
Yeah.
So I probably would.
Yeah, you don't have to castle there if you don't feel good about it. It's scary because the c file is fully open, so white will bring a rook there. That's quite easy to spot a move like that when your king will be on c8. Let's just make a move for white and see how would you react. So I'm trying to step the queen out of the pin.
So I have 2 attackers and you have 2 defenders. I think I would just castle. I would castle because I'd be like, I would just castle kingside.
Okay, so you would want to castle kingside. Now once again, before every move, we're gonna visualize the resulting position. So I would like you to visualize where your pieces will be once you castle.
Oh, I see. I can't. because you have this.
Yeah, unfortunately, that queen bishop battery in the h7 pawn will be taken. Well done spotting it.
Well, I could attack behind the queen with the rook, but then you'll do the same, or I guess the other one would come out, and then we would be in the same spot.
Yeah.
What about this piece? We have 1, 2, 1, 2. Still not great. I could attack the queen. I do leave my b7 weak, but you have to address the queen first before anything.
Yes, that's true. What do you think of this pawn push that you were considering?
Well, if you take, I take, you take, I take, and then it's really bad, right? Because then I have my queen and my king on the same file versus a rook. That seems bad because
yes,
then I'm just dead. I feel like that's the worst case when these three are on the same.
Indeed, and so that's if you want to play out those moves and show the viewers what you were considering there.
I mean, when I looked at this, I already looked at this because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would just like do this. And then I'm like super sad.
Yes.
This is just really sad.
This is sad. This is one of those sad positions. You're right. In the meantime, so e5 when white takes, you should also just remember that after every move of your opponent, you also need to check what changes in the position for them. So when the d pawn moves from d4 to e5. What else is changing apart from the capture? What is different?
I mean, his queen I can take, but he'll take back.
Yes. So, and if you were to take on e5 with the knight...
e5 with the knight? Then he would take... Oh. Then he would just take my queen.
Yeah. I know it was a quick calculation. You would have seen it.
But I mean, in both cases, it's disastrous. So.
Yeah. I think as a general rule of thumb, as long as you haven't castled, you are not really interested in opening up the position in any means.
So it's good. I wanted to castle. I was like, I just want to run away. Yeah. I want to
You had the right instinct.
King.
You did have the right instinct that you should castle before you would go for a pawn push like that, because if not, your king will get into trouble. The issue is what you said. If you castle, the pawn on h7 is hanging, so we need to deal with that. Some of the viewers were asking about the pawn push to f5. What do you think about that pawn move, Hafu? I'm curious.
My king would be wide open. And I mean, there's still a lot of pieces on the board. And then I would actually open up, like, he has the light bishop, which will eventually open up this diagonal, which I think is kind of dangerous. I mean, I guess I technically could tuck it in the corner, but I don't really love it right now.
Let's take a look at this move in terms of visualization. So I'd like you to visualize the pawn on f5.
Okay.
And how the position changes and what could be a response for white.
Instantly he would just take this.
Yes, really good.
I'm just pinned.
Yeah,
so,
well done.
I mean, I think it all goes back to we're pinned, so this is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been utilizing pins a lot better with like pawn pins. Because it's the one that you don't really remember because you don't really care about moving your pawn away. It's the one that lower rated players don't care about. So I've been actually exploiting my opponents when they forget that it's pinned, because like it's so weird to like put your bishop in front of a pawn, like one of your pieces in front of a pawn. It's like such a hard thing to do, right? Like if I were to put my queen here, but it's actually safe. I mean, granted the bishop's gone if it were pinned.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I think
It's really good that you are noticing it in your own games too, how easy it is to miss a move like that.
Yeah.
Well done. Excellent. So we shouldn't really push F5.
Yeah, we should just castle.
That was just a test.
We should castle.
Well done. So no E5, no F5. We are not pushing those pawns until the king is in the middle of the board. But then the question is, how will we make sure we can castle soon? Because we would like to castle.
Yeah. I guess... I mean, I could just castle queenside, but that seems bad. I guess, well, one way, right away, to take off pressure is to, take. Because
Yeah,
it kind
you
of solves
could
my
do that.
issues. Either way you take, I can castle right after. And then be in a better spot.
Exactly.
So I think
Yes.
that's
So
usually...
you, one way or the other.
Yeah, I would sit here
Yeah.
for 3 minutes and then be like, fuck it, I need to just trade so then I can move. It's usually my line of thought.
But you would come to the right conclusion, because in this sense, once you take, white has to take back with either the bishop or the queen. So one of the pieces will abandon the diagonal that is pointing at your h7 pawn, and you could castle.
Mm-hmm.
Good thinking.
I guess you
And
could do
also
the
this d4
hyper-aggressive play. If you
Ooh,
want to do that.
what would you think of that? What would you think of that pawn capture?
I'd be really annoyed. Then I probably would
Would you?
castle queenside and then just start going.
Would it annoy you? Do you think it would be something like, oh, my opponent is...
Well,
thinking
he's just
like, oh, they're
like
so
really,
brave. They can do...
Yeah, he just really wants to pin this, so then I would just go the other way, I think.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. The only thing I'll ask you is to now visualize castle queenside, and then tell me what would you do if I take your knight on c6. So I just want you to visualize castle queenside, not play any of the moves, but picture it. Castle queenside, bishop takes c6, and how would you respond?
I think I would use the pawn, because then otherwise I can get pinned again. I don't want my queen and my king to be on the same file versus a rook. So I would invite that, so I would take it with the pawn.
Yeah, excellent that you spotted it. That the only danger about castling queenside is that if bishop takes c6, you cannot take back with the queen because of what you mentioned. The rook comes to the c file, and you're losing your queen.
Yep. I think I've been a little bit more careful with the queen pin, like getting my queen pinned, especially by rooks.
Yes.
Because that happened to me early on, and so I've noticed that one. That one's annoying.
Excellent. So you take back with the pawn.
Yeah.
Would you get scared if I give this check? How much of an attack you think white has here?
Oh man, I hate this because then I usually want to run this way, but I think I just run this way.
Yes, yeah, you can go to b8 because that protects the pawn on a7. Well done, that was hanging, so you protected it. How do you evaluate white's attack here? Is this bad for black?
No, because he doesn't have a rook to back it up right away. And actually, he has a pawn hanging, and then I can get so much control of the center. So it seems okay, because it's kind of a race to kill the other king. But
yes, well said.
But if he does this and I move over, like I guess like this wouldn't be fast enough. I mean, if he does this, I think I would just bring my rook over, or I could march this forward.
Yes, this isn't an easy position to evaluate. I was just curious what your intuition would say about it.
I mean, this always seems pretty even. So, I mean, I'm not the best at the endgames, but I'm getting better. But generally, I think just trying to get, especially to a corner when I have so many rooks on the same line, is better. Like, being in the middle is always worse in these positions, I think.
That's true.
Because then you can pin.
Very true.
You can pin the king, he has to move forward, and then he gets your rook. So I've noticed that like being in the corner in this spot is better, and then when there's like one rook, or even just as long as the queens are off, then you can start going towards the middle.
Yes, very good job. Yes, in the end game without queens especially, it's when you can activate your king when only a few pieces are left on the board. But before that, it's good that you hide it in the corner. Indeed.
Yeah.
Just have it sheltered since there's no B pawn here. But your pawns, the A7 pawn and the C6 pawn, are doing a good job covering the only squares from which white could give checks. So it's actually not too bad. It could only get dangerous if white manages to bring more pieces. Only a white queen here on A6 will not do any miracle. But if white can bring their pieces, as you said, it's a race about who will get to the king first. So white will also try to bring the rooks into the game, and if white is faster, then white will likely succeed. But it depends. It depends on how your opponent plays. It's a very sharp position.
I mean, I see right away, like, if you move one of your rooks out and I can do this play, I can offer to trade queens. And sometimes when I do this, they miss it too.
And that would be... What is it that you think that made you think about that pawn push? What do you like about it?
I was thinking if I were my opponent, I would probably bring this to the D file, or maybe this rook over and then this one over here. But either way, a rook would probably go here because I'm going to attack this piece next. So that's like the most logical place to go. So I don't know which one they would move, because I also think he wants to attack this piece since his queen's already there. But
yes, you're right. Then they could decide to bring this one and the other rook to the C5.
Yeah. So if he did this and I do this, then it seems he can't really take this, because then I will take this. So
yeah, you're right. The queen is hanging.
So if he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. I mean, it's pretty even. This is kind of scary, but it doesn't seem impossible, because I feel like aside from this pawn, I guess it's a little scary. I think he's a little ahead. Well, I'm not sure.
So white would have a pawn in this endgame. It's not the end of the world. Like, you didn't get mated. It's an endgame, a rook endgame with a pawn down for black. But as you said, the pawns on the king side are doubled, so it's not that clear cut that white has that much advantage.
Yeah, I mean, usually if I'm in this spot, I don't feel that bad.
Yeah, I fully agree that it's not too bad.
I am closer to this than the king is, so, and he has
excellent.
a lot of things.
I was gonna ask you what would be your move here, because here, if you play the right move for black, I think you have good chances to defend, but it has to be the right move.
Oh, well, I guess
I wonder if that
this is wrong.
Your mind.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I would do this right away, because then he would do this.
Would you play that, or would you play the king move? Did I make you change your mind?
Yeah, I mean, now that you said it, I guess this is definitely the right move.
I'm trying to trick you.
I mean,
which one?
I would still play the rook, but I mean, you can explain why it's worse. Because I think if I do this, he kind of has to either push his pawn or move his rook, but then I'll have time to move, because then I'm already in position to attack it.
So white would either protect the pawn with b4 or the rook, good, or they can also consider giving it up. This is just an option, so b4 is very logical. That's the most natural, I think, to support the passed pawn, because the c5 pawn is a passed pawn for white, so normally you would want to keep it on the board.
Yeah.
White can also consider bringing the rook to the 7th and attack all of your pawns on the 7th rank.
That's true, that would suck.
Try to take them one by one.
So I guess you want to stop him from going there, so then this is the best move, I see.
Yes. Yes. In general, you try to make sure that you don't give the option of this rook entering the 7th rank. Remember when we briefly talked about the rooks on the 7th rank? It's in one of your games that we looked at in the first session, you played that move with cutting your opponent's king, and it made your opponent's king to be pinned onto the back rank for most of the game.
Oh, yeah, so we want to so we want to stop him from playing here. That makes sense.
Yes, so
okay. That helps a lot. That helps a lot. Yeah, that's a...
Is just something to think of in general. So not just in this current position, but I want you to think of that in general in endgames and also in middle games. When a rook comes to the 7th rank, usually it's problematic for your king.
Yes.
In this case, because the king will be caught on the 7th rank, so you can barely activate it. You would have to find some miraculous way of getting the king out of the back rank. And also, most of the pawns will always be in the 7th rank, so it will be attacking a lot of the pawns as well. And in an endgame, when there are so few pieces, there's no piece.
More
like,
valuable.
You can only protect it by coming back here with the rook if you were to protect them.
Yes. That makes sense.
Or black and trade. Yeah, black and trade and try to do the same, because as a defender, you should also try to do something like this. So this is still not over, of course. I just wanted you to see that the rook entering the 7th rank can be really annoying. And here it's white who started taking the pawns, but, well, who knows? You're also taking all of their pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's also playable, but I think if you just remember the concept that you want to try to prevent the rook from entering your position on the 7th rank, or if you're playing, well, from the opposite side, it would be the 2nd rank, but it's always just about trying not to allow that, because it can be painful. It can be painful.
Yeah, and in this spot, I think I would try to trade rooks, right? Because my king is closer to his pieces. So
good question whether you should be interested or not in a rook trade. So I'm just gonna make a move to start pushing this pawn and help my c pawn. What do you think this king and pawn in game?
Oh, I guess
should
it's not the best.
Why?
Because I have to go there to start going up, and then if I do attack the last one, then I have nothing to stop the c pawn from promoting. So it's actually worse.
Yeah, unfortunately this king and pawn in game is bad, because we are a pawn down already.
Yeah.
So if we count how many pawns we have 5 versus 6. It's not the end of the world, but in king and pawn in games, it's almost impossible that you'll make a comeback from having a pawn down, because it's just white has already a passed pawn, and all they need to do is bring their king and support the pawn.
Sense.
So you will try to keep the rook on the board, and you will try to make the rook as active as possible. Your chance here to defend this endgame is to activate your rook and try to attack your opponent's pawns.
So it would have to be here. And then if you were to go there, you could just challenge it.
Yes, excellent. And if I take it?
Well then... So you would go here, and I would go here. You can't push it.
Yeah.
Well, then I can attack pieces. I can go here.
Very good job. That's it. You've given up a 2nd pawn. So in this very moment, white is 2 pawns up, but you have torn the pawn chain apart by pushing a5, and now you're gonna collect them. They cannot protect each other. Very good job. Excellent.
Oh, this is hard. Okay.
Well done. We started with an opening, but it ended up being a rook endgame. But I'm proud of you for finding that a5 move, because it's not easy to make a move like this. It's a pawn that's not protected. You're just giving it away for free.
Yeah. But it's the only way to stop this stuff, because I can't really... Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Very good job. Yes. Excellent. Yes. And in positions like this, you just need to compare the different ways in which you can attack the pawn, because rook b5 attacks both pawns, or rook a8 attacks only the a5 pawn, but it depends on which pawn you're aiming for and if white has a way to protect them or not. But that's already just going deeper into this endgame, which is not the topic that I wanted to discuss. So if you're okay with it, we're gonna swap back to
let's go.
games you played, but I thought that you played some excellent moves, king c7 and then a5, and here you would go and grab one of the pawns at least and then try to attack the rest. So very good job. Very good job. And the white king is still really far. If you compare how active your king is, that it's close to where the white pawns are, and how far the white king is from the action, then that gives you good chances for turning the tables.
Yeah.
Excellent. So because of what Danya taught you, I now understand why you want to play d5 and bishop f5, but I was curious, in this game, the one I brought up first, your opponent played c4. Pawn to c4.
Yeah, I don't know what to do against this. I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, it's totally normal because you're learning so many openings and it's impossible to learn everything at once. There will always be moves that you haven't seen.
Yeah.
At least for the first couple of while. But don't worry, it's just knowing what structure you are aiming for. The only issue is that Danya taught you d4, d5, c4, bishop f5. And if your opponent starts with c4, then you can't really reach that.
Yeah, because you can just take first. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the issue. That if we go d5 here, we haven't done the trade on b1 yet, and if we just simply take back on d5 with the queen, we have brought our queen out, and it can be attacked with this developing move of the knight. That's why black takes the knight first and then takes back on d5 in the line that he showed you. So we will need to find something for this move order because you cannot play the same.
Yes. I just usually wing it when they do
I was
this.
also going to suggest, since you like the French defense, I was also just going to suggest that you play structures like this, where after c4 you can push your e-pawn, because if white plays e4, then it's the same as if you were to play e4, e6, c4.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this just transposes to the same position where you can play d5.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there are two pawns, you can still play d5 because this trade, you will either take back, but you don't have to take back immediately. You can also develop the knight and aim to take on d5 with the knight.
Yeah.
Because you're attacking it with two pieces, and the white can only defend with one at once, and then you will take back on d5.
Yeah.
Let's do this one more time, but in a way that you play with the black pieces.
Sure.
And I'm just gonna be making those moves. All right. Excellent.
I mean, this is comfortable. This is a French defense, so this feels comfortable to me.
Yes. I'm glad you like it, and it can transpose easily, so that's good. Very good job, because if you were to take with the queen, it just runs into similar issues that the queen will be chased. So knight to f6 is a better option. Knight to c3, for instance, now.
Oh. Yeah.
And if I take...
Well, then you lose a piece.
We traded the knights, yes. And your queen is well placed on 5.
Yeah, because it can't be attacked right away. Yes, it can't be attacked.
Yes,
right
exactly.
away.
So you've traded the knight that could jump to c3. That's why knight f6 is better, so that you will take with the knight. And if those knights are off of the board, then the queen stands really well on d5.
Yeah.
It's putting pressure on the g2 pawn, on the d file. It can come to the e file with a check if you want to.
Oh man, I've made this mistake so many times because the next move that usually makes sense to me is to like develop my bishop, or I mean usually it's the knight and then the bishop, but then I'll like forget about this piece eventually. I don't know, like if they ever do this, then it's... I feel like I've made this mistake a lot, so I really look at those pawns now once my bishops are gone.
等你就似這個，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。
Yeah, it's a good idea to do so, yes. Well done. Yes, I'm just gonna make a few moves and see how you would develop your pieces. Just if you're... take it as a game, that you have to just keep developing moves and aim to find a plan.
I like this!
Good! I like it too! Well done! I know you like those spins. Excellent! Good job! Well done!
This is my favorite one because they usually do this and then I'm like, haha. And then if they do this, I feel like I've won. I feel like this is so bad.
Uh-huh. Excellent! Well done! That's a good idea indeed. Well done. I probably would play that if I'm a beginner and I want to chase that bishop away.
Yeah, and I just back it up a step.
Yeah, and now I need to consider if I'm gonna do that or not. I might. I think this could be a PogChamp move. And then I'm gonna try to see if I'll be able to trick you somehow by placing my bishop here.
Oh, because then I can just check. Well, is it even good? Let me see.
What do you think White wants by placing the bishop here?
He wants to move this knight and then take my... Oh, it's not even good for him.
Yeah, so the idea would be some kind of a discovered attack, but it's not really a dangerous one because the knight doesn't really have where to go and the bishop is unprotected. So my only way of doing a discovered attack would be to place the knight on h4 because that protects the bishop on g2. But that doesn't look like I'm gonna win the game with such a beautiful move, knight to h4. So once you realize that White doesn't really threaten anything serious, you can think of, okay, how do I take advantage of White's piece placement? So White has pushed too early the kingside pawns.
I mean, I could check and force the queen.
The king is already somewhat exposed.
Yeah, I could check and force the queen exchange because then you lose your castling rights.
Yes. Would you want to trade queens in a position like this?
I usually do. Because
do you like endgames?
Well, yeah, I don't mind them, but also just if they have to move their king, it feels like it's a big deal. Maybe it's less big of a deal when queens are off the board, but it also does screw with them a lot. It feels like it's harder for them to maneuver their, use their rooks. So
one option one option would be to go for that queen trade that you're mentioning, right? To give a queen check on the e file, and White either has to move the king, losing the possibility of castling, or use the queen to block the check, and that case we would trade.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
This is where you said you would trade, and I'm losing once again the right to castle because I have moved my king. It's not that terrible in an endgame, but you are right that this could be something. But now I would like you to, after seeing this, this is one of the options. It's good to have candidate moves or different lines that you look at. Like, okay, I have this option, I have that option, and before you make up your mind, you just compare the resulting positions. So you have that endgame as an option, and let's add another option.
A player's
I'd like you to
forces
think.
are under attack.
曾天天真真的你，愛打算某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這個？而飄飄忽忽的你，都真的決定別離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，對否等你就似這個？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花越謝了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花越謝了。当你等到我心痛，当你等到没有我，所有感觉已成空，就一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花越谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了，我等到花也谢了。今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為著冷卻了的
A player's forces are under attack. Player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack. Player's forces
像我講，走遍千里。原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，也會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以。哪會怕有一天知你共我。
A player's forces are under attack. Player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack.
是你吧，高高我从藏千年啊，看尽了人世里雨伞，多少功名似尘埃。是我傻，总是在寂寞里迷惘。你是原是却是迷惘，仿佛告诉我生命本无常。来日一首老诗，可以被
A player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack. Player's forces are under attack. player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack.
Bravo, mesdemoiselles, Camille Thomas, nommée cette année dans la catégorie Révélation soliste instrumentale. Et Béatrice Berru au piano. Bravo. Merci.
下载影片带着走，离线观看不受干扰，免费使用 YouTube Premium。
Player's forces are under attack.
旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，何時從逢迷失中飄起這首歌，是舊日時認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便未夠。 如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定喺空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花儿也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花儿也谢了。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定別離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，對否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花儿也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花儿也谢了。
Player's forces are under attack.
都随风，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花儿也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花儿也谢了。
Player's forces are under attack.
我等的花儿也谢了。
带你体验韩流音乐的专属向导，订阅 YouTube Music Premium， 免费试用1个月。
今天我寒夜里看雪飘過。
A player's forces are under attack.
就冷冷秋色，全部都放 也會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以。哪會怕有一天知你共我？今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方，風雨裏追趕。
A player's forces are under attack.
身影中，天空海闊原諒我這一生。誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天只你共我。
A player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack. forces are under attack.
YouTube Premium 让你边看影片边使用其他功能，让你继续背景播放影片，立即免费试用。
A player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack.
Bravo, mesdemoiselles. Camille Thomas, nommée cette année dans la catégorie Révélation soliste instrumentale. Et Béatrice Berruet au piano.
of how you could take advantage of this bishop being on g2. Well, so this was my last move. Once again, let's think about what has changed in the position and if there's any way you can take advantage of my move. So my bishop moved from f1 to g2.
I mean, I could threaten it twice like this because it only has one. It has 2 defenders, but it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, bishop e4 is an option. What else do you think could be an issue with my bishop? So my bishop is now quite alright on the long diagonal, but every move has its pros and cons, and the bishop is not helping me elsewhere.
It's not helping you elsewhere?
Yes, I'm trying to say it without saying it.
Bishop here, or my queen there.
Yes.
That doesn't do much. Oh, I could do this and then check?
Whoa! What's the idea? Can you explain what you've just discovered? Okay. If the bishop is on d3,
then they'll just oh, you can't castle. Then I just take a rook.
Can I castle here? Let's think of the castling rules. Is this legal?
Oh, it's not legal? I didn't know that.
Okay,
I know
then
the
it's
casting
important.
rules.
It's important.
There's casting rules? I know you can't do it if your king's gonna die, but it matters if your rook's under attack too?
So it's not because of the rook, but because castling is a king move and it counts as king here, king there.
So he has to walk twice? Is that what it
well, when we castle, you just pull the king to g1, so you kind of jump through that square, but the rules of castling include that, so you cannot castle into check, you cannot castle from check, and you cannot castle through check, and this counts as through because your king would need to step through a square that's under attack.
Okay.
It has to travel through that square, so it doesn't stop there, but traveling through it counts.
Oh, I see.
It's illegal. It is illegal, yes.
Oh.
It's good that we revise it, just so that you will not castle like this. And of course, if you play online, it will not even let you do it. Just. Excellent. So, because of that bishop, now I understand why it was so difficult for you to discover it, because you may have thought that the king can still escape, but if white cannot castle, it means that the king has no moves, and you are threatening to give a check on the e-file, and now there is no queen e2 move anymore. I mean, it's legal, but it's not good.
But he can just move back, right?
Yeah, he can try, but then his last move was kind of a bad one, right? Because he just made a move that he now has to go back to that square. He lost basically 2 tempi on placing the bishop on g2 and then coming back, while you made useful moves for black.
Okay.
Well done. That's excellent that you spotted this move. This is extremely annoying. And not just in this position, but there will be other positions where you can, even if you have your bishop on c8, there will be positions where if your opponent places the bishop like this and you have some of this diagonal open, then sometimes you can push the b pawn and place the bishop on a6. It might be difficult to visualize it, but just if you have this idea that with bishops, they are always controlling some diagonals and they need to abandon others once they move. So every move has its pros and cons, and just try to see if you can take advantage of the squares that have become vulnerable because of the opponent's move.
Okay.
It will not always be the case, but if you notice a move like bishop d3, you're almost winning. White has to make only moves. I think bishop f1 is probably an only move to survive.
Yeah.
Because if they don't play it, how do they prevent you from giving a check on the e file? And where will the king go?
That's true. But then I feel like... But, if he does this, then how would we proceed?
Yeah, let's think of this now, once again from Black's perspective, but you spot...
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等桃花儿也谢了。
Spotted basically the only move for white.
Oh, I guess I was just gonna take it, and then he has to take with his rook or king. Either, if he does this, he can only castle this way, which is good.
Yeah,
would you take this trade? I would take the trade. Anytime I can screw with their castling rights, I usually do it. But maybe
you can take the trade and then continue with your development. Yes, if you feel good about destroying the right to castle for white, or they can only castle queenside, then go for it. You can do it, of course.
Yeah, anytime
it feels good.
Yeah, and I didn't have to trade my queen to do it, so that was better.
Yes. So it is, right? It is better because you still have
it's actually just better.
The strongest attacking piece on the board, and they cannot castle, or they will have to castle queenside.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. My viewers are asking, and especially Kelly, shout out to Kelly in the chat, if you were considering the queen check 2 after bishop f1, what do you think of this position, just to compare it?
I mean, he just does this.
Uh-huh. So the issue with the bishop coming back to f1, that now they have the bishop as a shield, so this line, it is also tempting to play this, because the bishop on e2 is pinned.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't really matter.
Follow up here.
I mean,
yeah.
I could do this. Oh, that's kind of cool. Is it cool?
That queen on d1, where can it go?
Yeah. Wait, that's insane.
You trapped the queen. You trapped the white queen.
Yeah, he would do this, right? He would have to give it up. Oh, that's disgusting. That's way better.
There's one way in which white can try to keep the queen on the board, but it's very difficult to spot after bishop c2. So this is the thing about positions like this. If you make a move like bishop c2, I think it's
right?
like 95% chance that your opponent will not know how to react to it, because it's shocking. The queen is trapped.
Is it not this?
Let's think about it. And also, I'm gonna place it here, and yeah, bishop c2, and let's visualize this. I just want you to visualize that position and what would black play.
I would just take his rook. I just take his rook.
Yes, excellent. The rook will be hanging. You take the rook, and the queen on d1 is still dead.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good job.
He's more dead. Okay.
Well done. You're taking all their pieces.
Okay, so that's a bad move.
They can't even move, so if the queen takes h1, it's just like the position is just so over. They take the rook with a check, they can only play bishop f1, and you take the queen, and now they can't even take your bishop because their bishop is also hanging.
Yeah.
It's all falling apart.
yeah. Okay, so maybe it's the pawn then? Is that the only other
Let's see.
It's this.
So instead of knight to g5, it's bishop c2. It looks like a winning move, and I think if you play it in the game, it's very likely that your opponent will not find a response.
Does this work or no? Hello? Oh, Anna?
Excellent! D3!
Oh, okay.
So you cannot save your own queen, but you can attack my queen if we look at it this way. And that cuts the connection between the bishop on c2 and the queen on e4. So it's not only that white is attacking the queen, but also at the same time this bishop on c2 has become loose.
Yep.
Well done. What would happen here if everyone takes everything?
If I take, you take... Oh, oops, not that one. Wait, what if I do take this? It doesn't really work. You just take it. Okay.
Yeah, white can take it with the queen. Well done.
I mean, I think I have to trade now. Because I'm gonna lose my queen, so I have to trade.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I get to run away.
So white will take it.
Or I can... Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's still even, no matter what. I guess this is still better, because then I force...
Yeah, you can play this too. You have achieved what you wanted in a way that you don't want white to castle.
Yeah, his pawns are fine. I mean, it's not the worst. And his pieces are actually okay. Maybe this isn't great for me because his pieces are actually technically more open and developed than mine.
Yeah, true. And what you said about the pawn, the capture from d3 to e4 has actually helped white's pawn structure. It's healthier.
It was isolated, so it was worse.
Yeah. Yes, true. Do you think, well, of course, like after bishop c2, I really think that 95% of your opponents would not play d3. Like, the shock of seeing a move like this, that your queen is trapped, it's when you think that, oh my god, I'm such a loser, I've blundered this, my queen is gone, the game is gone. So the psychological part of chess also is so important in critical moments, because imagine that if white didn't see this move coming, and like it's not likely that they did when they missed the previous moves too. So this comes as a shock for your opponent, and the queen is trapped. And it looks like you are crushing them because all the last moves of black were very straightforward and attacking. So psychologically, at this stage, white would feel already destroyed.
That's true.
And that will also cause them to actually get destroyed, because even if there was still a move that can save the day...
That's true. I would have just thought to do the knight play, and I would probably make it. I probably would have just done this.
Yes.
And then I would have been... I would have conceded. I would concede after this move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. So on a practical level, this would be a really good winning chance for all the practical, like all the psychological reasons that I mentioned, that you are crushing it. You broke your opponent, and then the position too will be broken because they will collapse.
Yeah.
Excellent. So just always remember that even though I'm trying to show you here the best moves for both sides when we analyze, it doesn't mean your opponents will find those moves. D3 is an only move, and earlier too, bishop f1. Here, this move was an only move already also. So they have to make a lot of only moves to survive.
That's true.
All only moves.
But I don't know my moves. It's only if I make the best move. Then they have to make the best move. So it's not exactly... Because I didn't see the line either.
In this line...
旁人來靜靜看我到底等什麼？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，都真的決定別離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，對否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。等你等到我心痛，等你等到没有梦，所有感觉已成空，就让一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了。知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花兒也謝了，我等到花兒也謝了。
继续享受你的 Podcast 节目，即使关闭荧幕，立即适用家庭方案。
今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方。風雨裏追趕，霧裏分不清影蹤。天空海闊，你與我可會變多少次？迎着冷眼與嘲笑。 从没有放弃过心中的理想。一刹那，仿佛若有所失的感觉，不知不觉已变淡，心里爱。原谅我这一生不羁放纵愛自由，也會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，懷着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方。風雨裏追趕，霧裏分不清影蹤，天空海闊你與我可會變？原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，也會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。仍然自由自我，永遠高唱我歌，走遍千里。原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，也會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我。
爱情。
是你吧，高高我从藏千年啊，看尽了人世离与散，多少功名似尘埃。
是我傻，总是在寂寞夜里望，你是原始却是迷惘，仿佛告诉我生命本无常。
来吟一首老诗，喝一杯老酒，明月啊，
别笑我痴，别笑我狂。
player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
Behind!
A player's forces are under attack. player's forces are under attack. A player's forces are under attack.
熱烈地開解一生，等你也是奈何，彷彿我在拼命要起可滿座。旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯。何時從逢迷失中飄起這首歌？是舊日時認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定便離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這？
Yes, but even if you just played a developing move for black, black's position was still fine. Right, as for white, in this moment, if they don't play that bishop f1, they get mated straight away.
That's true, that's true.
So it's way more dangerous for white, the position. You can just play normal moves for black, but you cannot do the same here for white.
Oh, this is checkmate?
The question was... Which one?
Oh, it's not quite checkmate, but because he can move the queen. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Oh, it's checkmate.
Yeah, they cannot use the queen anymore on e2. Yeah. That's why your bishop d3 is so brilliant. Yeah. Well done.
The castling rule I really didn't know about. Because... Like I said, I learned this game as a kid, but loosely. So I'm pretty sure when I played, I probably broke a lot of rules.
Mm-hmm.
而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定別離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，對否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。你知 知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿越谢了。
Forces are under attack. Upgrade complete.
等你等到我心痛，
It has begun.
等你等到
That's a
没有
given.
梦，所有感觉已
All
成
my
空，
brothers.
就让
That's
一
a
切
given.
都随
It
风。
has begun.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿越谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？
Job
我
done.
等到花儿
My bidding.
也谢了。我等到花儿也谢了。今天寒夜里看雪飘過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方。風雨裏追趕，霧裏分不清影蹤，天空海闊你與我。
But yeah.
Well, now you know exactly that.
So,
Anything that
sometimes
involves
it doesn't
check.
let me castle, and I thought I was just imagining the castle wrong, but
Yeah.
it's probably not. It was because on queen side, because I'm kind of stupid, and I forget. You know, sometimes now I know. Now I know that the rook goes here and the king goes here, but at one point, for some reason, I thought the king went there. So I thought maybe I just imagined it wrong. But no, it was probably because
but
it was
it's
too
logical that you thought of it, because that would be like a mirror position to what happens on the king's side. So you just made the same thing on the other flank. That makes sense. But yes, this bishop d3 is extremely strong, and if I were to think that I can just prevent it by making a move like this, so that the e4 square is covered, that will still not help white, right? What's going on here?
Oh, if you go there? Oh, Oh, but then I just check. I give a check, right?
Mm-hmm. Which square?
Well, I mean, here or here, right? Don't they both work?
Yeah, exactly. So
As
you
long
have
as
you have
as
those
long
two
as it's not
squares,
there.
and exactly. So white hasn't prevented your threat, and it's gonna be mate next move, because the only move, well, depends. White can give up all their pieces, but it's gonna be mate at the end of the day. Well done. Just one more thing I was curious of in that line that we calculated. All of this, it's just so that we also improve your visualization and calculating lines. So I'm not giving you these positions to memorize them for openings. You
Sure.
can remember the ideas, but this is very unlikely to happen exactly the way I showed it. This is not opening theory or anything, but I'm giving you these lines so that you also improve the visualization and calculation part of your chess. So one last line I wanted you to calculate after d3 is if black plays queen b4, because that looks like a great idea if you can escape with your queen from the attack with a check and then take the white queen on d1.
Oh,
queen to b4.
He just plays his bishop, right?
Yeah, so
And
you're
then
saying
I'm
queen
super
b4
sad.
check. What would be the response of white?
Bishop c2.
Bishop to
C2? D2? D2. Sorry.
D2? Yeah.
Sorry.
Excellent.
That one.
Yes. Yeah, they can play bishop d2 so that your queen is hanging again. Or what other option they have?
There's another option? Oh, their knight.
Is that a good option? The knight jump?
No. No. Isn't the bishop just stronger because it just threatens it right away?
Yeah, so bishop is definitely one of the moves. I'm just curious if there's anything else.
Well, there's the queen.
Yeah, the queen as well.
There's
so
another one?
In that case, no, just those two, bishop and queen.
Okay.
So queen check, and here white has two options: either to attack again the queen, or move the queen. Use it as a shield
out of it. Yeah.
Yes, it gets out of the attack of the bishop. So, calculation exercise for Hafu. If bishop d2, without moving the pieces, I need you to evaluate what happens if both players take the queens. Who's gonna end up having extra material, if anyone?
Oh, I take... He takes... I take check. And then I can run away. So I'm up a bishop.
Let's repeat that line one more time, blindfold. So bishop takes d1. You can draw the arrows again.
Okay. I can draw the arrows? Okay, so...
Yeah,
I take
bishop
the
takes
queen.
d1, bishop takes
You
d4.
take my queen. I take this. And it's check, right?
Yeah. What will white do there?
Oh, you'll just take the bishop.
Yes, they can step out of the check by capturing the bishop on d1. So the resulting position, is anyone up material?
No. Oh, I'm down. Am I down? No, wait, hold on. I'm even. No, is it not even? Okay, I take a queen, he takes a queen.
Yeah?
I take a bishop, he takes a bishop. No, we're even, except I have a dark bishop and you have a light bishop.
Yes, correct. So even material, just the color of the bishops is different. One on b4 and one on e2. Light squared and dark squared bishop. Good. Now let's take a look at this again, blindfold. Bishop takes d1, bishop takes b4. Do you have any other options for black as continuation there?
Wait. This goes here, I go here. I go here, you go there.
Yeah, that's one of the lines.
Oh,
so I'd like you to
line?
think about...
What's the...
Yes. So I just need you to repeat the very beginning. Bishop takes d1 and bishop takes b4. And in that position, if there's anything else for black. Any other options that you could consider?
I mean, I could take the bishop with my bishop. And then,
yes.
And then he would probably kill my bishop. Or he would kill my bishop. And then I take his bishop?
So,
Okay, he loses a queen, I lose a queen. He loses a bishop. I lose a bishop, he loses a bishop, I win. So that's, in that way I win.
What's the resulting position in terms of material?
I'm up a bishop.
You're up a bishop, well done! Can the white do anything about it? If you take a look at that line again, bishop takes d1, bishop takes d4, bishop takes...
I'm using the piece that's under attack.
What if they
take?
What if they take your bishop on f8 instead of the one on e2?
Then I take his knight.
Yes! And their bishop on f8 is still hanging, as well as their rook on h1. Really good job! Let's play those moves out. But you have seen it all. Blindfold. Excellent.
It's not
excellent
really blindfold,
visualization.
the arrows help a lot. I feel like the arrows help a lot.
It is still without moving them. So all I want is that you are able to see those lines without moving the pieces, because that's what you will have to do during the tournament.
But during the tournament, you can use arrows, right?
I believe so. I mean, I don't see why not.
I can
yeah,
in normal
definitely.
games, so I think you can.
一刹那，彷彿若有所失的感覺，不知不覺已變淡，心裏愛。原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，也會怕有一天會跌倒，背棄了理想。誰人都可以，哪會怕有一天知你共我？今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，懷着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方。
Upgrade complete. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers.
Job's done.
That's a
Job's
given.
done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's
My
done.
brothers.
Job's
Has
done.
begun.
Job's done.
Brothers. That's a given.
Job's done.
Out with it. It has begun. My brothers.
Job's done. Job's done.
That's a
Job's
given.
done.
My brothers. That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done.
My brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
I am prepared. No one shall be the wiser. Someone open it up.
带你跟上流行音乐的专属向导，订阅 YouTube Music Premium， 免费试用1个月。
I bid you. Out with it. It has begun.
Job's done.
I am prepared.
是我傻，总
That's a given. It has begun. For my brothers, no one should be
Job's done. Job's done.
For my brothers,
Job's done.
thy bidding.
Someone call for the doctor.
No one shall be the wiser. That's a given.
Job's done.
Thy bidding.
Upgrade complete.
It has begun. For my brothers, that's a given. It has begun.
Job's done. Job's done.
brothers.
Job's done.
That's a given. For my
Job's
brothers,
done.
it has begun. That's a given. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
That's a given. I am prepared. Out with it.
Research complete.
Thy bidding. I am out with it. No one shall be the wiser. That's a given. For my brothers,
Job's done.
that's a given.
Job's done. Job's done.
For my brothers,
Job's done.
thy bidding. That's a given. It has begun.
Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser. It has begun. Out with it. I am prepared. Enlighten me.
Research complete.
Out with it. My bidding. Enlighten me. I am prepared. My bidding. I am prepared. My bidding. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers, it has begun.
Job's done.
Shall serve. Prepared.
Job's done. Job's done.
Upgrade complete.
Out with it.
Build more power. Upgrade complete.
I've been thinking.
Upgrade complete.
Out with it.
Bravo, mesdemoiselles Camille Thomas, nommée cette année dans la catégorie Révélation soliste instrumentale, et Béatrice Berru au piano. Bravo et merci.
I cannot summon there. I am prepared. prepared.
继续享受你的 Podcast 节目，即使关闭荧幕，免费使用 YouTube Premium。
We done waiting.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿
My life for this.
旁人來靜靜看我到底愛上等什麼
Thy bidding. Where shall my life for this?
I am prepared.
為愛而沒結果，熱烈地開解一生，等你也是愛過，彷彿我在拼命要許可。 我 愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定便離舊。
I am prepared.
留低空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？
Out.
我等的花越鲜柔，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花越鲜柔。
My brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser. For my
Job's
brothers.
done.
No one
Job's
shall be
done.
the wiser.
What you want me to do? What you want me go? Who you want me kill? What you want me go?
Upgrade complete.
天
Upgrade
天
complete.
我是
真真的你，
Upgrade
我
complete.
打算某日
Upgrade
便
Who you want
離
me
舊。
I am prepared.
Why?
如
Out
孤
with it.
孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定便離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花越鲜柔，你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花越鲜柔。等你等到我心痛，等你等到没有梦，所有感觉成空，就让一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花越鲜柔。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等的花也鲜柔。我等的花也鲜柔。
Out with it. That's a given. It has begun. That's a given. For my brothers.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's
For
done.
my brothers.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
That's a
Job's
given.
done. Job's done.
It
Job's
has
done.
begun. That's a given.
Job's
No
done.
one shall be the
Upgrade
wiser.
complete.
That's a given.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete.
That's a given. For my brothers.
Job's done.
無淚分不清影蹤，天空海闊了我會變。多少次。
has begun. My brothers, no one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Point the way.
Job's done.
I am prepared. My brothers.
Point the way.
Build more farms. Build more farms. Build more farms.
On your mark.
I am prepared.
Upgrade.
No one shall be the wiser. It has begun. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
I bid.
是我傻，总是在静默夜里望，你是原始却是迷惘，仿佛告诉我生命本无常。
来饮一首老诗，喝一杯老酒，明月啊，
别笑我去，别笑我
Waiting on you. On your mark. On your mark. Waiting on you.
Upgrade
What you want me to do?
complete. Upgrade
What you want me to go?
complete.
That's a
Upgrade complete.
It has
Upgrade
begun.
complete.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
见明月光，疑是地上霜，举头望明月，低头思故乡。
I bid. bidding.
Research complete.
Who you want me to kill?
Build more farms.
Enlighten.
Why? Who you want me to kill? What you want me to do?
Build more farms.
What you want me to do?
Build more farms. Build more farms. Build more grain complete. Upgrade complete.
Has begun.
Who you want me to kill? What you want me to do?
Enlighten me.
Where you want me to go?
I await your command.
Who you want me to kill?
I am prepared. Enlighten me.
Heed my call. Where you want me to go?
Out with it. That's a given.
Upgrade complete.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job done.
The light is my
Upgrade
strength.
complete.
Upgrade
complete. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
For my brothers, it has begun. No one shall be the
Job's
wiser.
done.
For my brothers.
Job's done.
I bidding.
Bravo, mesdemoiselles. Camille Thomas, nommée cette année dans la catégorie Révélation soliste instrumentale.
For my brothers.
Demand additional lumber.
That's a given.
Bravo et merci.
For my brothers.
Job's
Has
done.
你的
begun.
YouTube
Job's
Premium
done.
包含 YouTube Music Premium，享受零广告的影片和音乐。
失蹤飄起這首歌。是舊日時怎執着的某個故事，可惜這份信到今天多麼無助。情天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離舊。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這歌？而飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定便離舊。留低空空虛虛的我，會否等你就似這歌？你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。你知不知道
Yeah. No, yeah, you can. So you can draw anything. That's okay.
Wait, that's so much easier. Oh, that's like a bad habit to develop for online chess players. Because you don't have that in real life.
Yeah.
That's like an add-on. It's like a chess add-on.
Never thought about it before, but at the same time, I guess it's just a different version of chess, and it's almost a different sport, online chess.
旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，何時從逢迷失中飄起這首歌？是舊日時怎執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無助。
So like I'm better at over the board chess than online chess. Because that's how I learned. So like I prefer seeing the physical pieces because that's what I was doing for years before online chess became a thing. So I guess it's just a very different thing. But yeah, you can use the arrows in your advantage.
It's a big deal actually, because I feel like if I got used to it and then I had to play a real life chess match, I'd be like, where are my arrows? Where are my
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。旁人來靜靜看我到底愛上等什麼？旁人來會關心中安慰我已沒結果。熱烈地開解一生，等你也是奈何，彷彿我在拼命要起可援助。旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，何時從逢迷失中
持續聆聽，不受干擾，免費試用 YouTube Premium。
今天我寒夜裏看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄遠方，風雨裏追趕，霧裏分不清影蹤。
Because I used to play pro games and for this game called World of Warcraft, and I didn't use add-ons. So add-ons were like things you can download that help you track timers and cooldown. Basically, it gives you more information than you get in the base of the game. But I didn't use them.
I see.
And it ended up being a really big advantage because I was able to play at that level without the additional stuff, and my opponents got so much worse because they were super yeah, so it was actually way better.
They were relying too much on the information of the add-ons.
Yeah, they were. Oh, from this position, what if I did this?
That's also a move. Well done.
That's a better move, isn't it?
That's awesome. I'll let you evaluate whether it's better or not. What would I do here?
Well, what would I do here? Maybe they would do this. And then...
So that saves the queen.
That's
and
worse.
We can't take the rook.
But I got a pawn.
Your other line.
The other line gives a bishop. This one wins a pawn.
Yeah. Will you play out those moves? The one that you already visualized earlier, just so that.
Oh yeah.
I meant when you want to piece.
Yeah.
So that everyone can.
This takes here.
Calculated.
This takes here. This takes here. He probably has to take this, and then I win this. If he takes here, then I do this, and then
very good.
He can run, but then
excellent.
I won't kill his rook.
That was a really impressive line that you calculated there, and it wasn't simple to visualize any of that.
Oh no, but
really,
I think in a real game I would do this. In a real game, I'm like, oh yeah, that looks good to me. That's 100%, because I love this is like serotonin move.
Yeah, and you still win a pawn. The queen is hanging.
Yeah,
this is still really good for black, so that's a good option too.
But the other calculation, I would feel, especially in a pressured situation, especially if I'm competing, I think I don't think I would get to the bishop line. I mean, now that I've looked at it, maybe I would, but like on my own, 100% I would have taken the pawn. Knowing me, oops, sorry, I ruined it.
No worries. We were done with that line anyway because I just wanted you to visualize those. But we just started looking at what happens if your opponent starts with
I do win a pawn.
That's one c4.
Wait, the other one was...
Do you want to go back to that final position or?
Oh yeah. Can we see the last one?
Yes.
Is there a way to bring it back? My bad.
Yeah, it has to be somewhere here. I just need to, well, let me see. Bishop f1. Then we played the check. And then here. And here. And this line.
Yeah. So I'm saying if I go here, his best move is this, right? And then my best move is to check. And then his best move...
You can take it, yes.
Wait, do I have a way out? I don't think so.
Queen takes c1 looks like one of the only moves because your queen is hanging, and if you retreat, then the bishop is in the air.
Yeah, so I have to take it, I think.
There's just one more move that you might consider that can support your queen and develop at the same time.
Oh, this?
And if white takes your queen,
then I take this, and then he has this hanging.
Where can the rook go?
Nowhere. His rook is dead.
Nowhere.
Oh.
Well done. It's trapped. Good
okay.
job.
Wait. But
so I cannot take the queen.
Okay, but let's say I'm an idiot. I don't see it, so I trade.
It's also fine because you have your opponent. The only issue is that now if white takes back with the rook, then your
this
bishop
is
is hanging, and behind the bishop there's this pawn on c7
okay,
that
he's
white
right.
might want to eat.
Yes. So that is worse. So it's even. But then he'll even eat this one next.
In the end, yes, if they win the pawn, if they play that. But even then, so for instance, it's just chess is so complex that winning back material may not mean that they are out of the woods, because if white takes this pawn, one thing you could try to do is to try, like, you know that rooks on the 7th are really strong. That's what we learned so far.
Yes.
Because it cuts your king and also just attacks most of your pawns. So it's a very powerful piece, restricting your pieces, including your king, as well as putting pressure on your pawns. But sometimes they might get into trouble, because if you can cut their way, if you can make sure they cannot go back home to the rest of the white pieces, then they may end up being isolated and trapped. So what would be a way to try to get that rook into trouble?
Boom!
Nice! Protecting the pawn on b7 and cutting my way on the c file. I don't have many squares now for my rook, which may be an issue. It may be an issue.
But then do I have to, like, walk up to it? Okay,
you could consider this as a trap, because now the rook only has one square to go to. Like, they can give this check and say, okay, you will not be able to castle, but if they give that check, what would you respond with? Excellent! Brave king attacking the rook, and now the rook officially has no squares. It is. It will have to take one of the minor pieces to not lose fully the entire rook. Really good job. So this would be already a trap. The check is a bad move. One thing that white could consider is to trick you back. So chess is about like setting traps sometimes, but the other may fall into it, or they may set a counter trap. So I'm gonna try to set up a counter trap for you. I'm gonna castle, because I can still castle the other flank.
Unlucky. Could I just do this then?
That's something to consider, yeah, but I want you to visualize it. So
Oh,
imagine the bishop on d6.
Okay.
And what would be a response for white?
He plays... Place his second rook over? No, that's not good. Does he have an out?
I don't know. You'll tell me, Hafu.
I don't see
So
an
bishop
out.
to d6. You can draw. You can draw the arrow.
Okay.
And let's see if white can get out of this.
I don't see an out. He can't take this, because then I take him. He can't go anywhere. He's dead. Oh, he can do
Let's
this.
just double check.
And then my rook's dead. That would suck.
Yes! Excellent!
Oh my god, so
the
I have to
table's
do this.
turned.
So I have to walk over?
That's an option too. Let's just show it on the board if you now want to play at
Okay,
the
if I do
move. So
this,
basically,
it's
Hafu
doomed.
said, yeah. Now that check is
Now
winning the
now
rook
I'm
on
sad.
a8. So yeah,
Then I would
the
probably do
move that
this.
was winning
And then, oh,
earlier is
no.
now a
Yeah,
bad one.
yeah.
Yeah, the rook is gone. So unfortunately, that would be very difficult to recover from. Not impossible, but it's difficult. So let's think of a way. Yeah, you were looking at king d8, but once again, I'd like you to draw an arrow if you'd like, but not make the move.
So I go here. He can just take this. So that's no good. Wow, how am I supposed to kill this?
Let's think. Is there any other way?
Oh, my knight.
And that's usually not the knight jump we would love to play,
but it's
that
the only
attacks
one that
the rook.
attacks it. I would have gotten this wrong. My first 3 moves were bad. Oh my god.
It's just so that we practice visualization and also just thinking out of the box, because bishop to d6 is the most natural. It develops the bishop, it attacks the rook, it looks like an excellent move. It just sometimes, remember the loose pieces that you were mentioning, unprotected pieces. The h8 rook is unprotected, but normally it doesn't matter because the a8 rook is just as unprotected and no one cares. Like that rook is not in danger, the rook on a8.
Yeah.
But the h8 rook becomes an issue once the bishop moves. So with the bishop on f8, it's not a deal. There's nothing going on about the rook. But once the bishop moves, that becomes a tactical motif. The king and rook on the same rank, exposed. So very good job that you spotted it.
Yeah,
it's just to understand those patterns.
I didn't really spot it. The last move I made.
But now, I think after seeing it now, you analyzed it, you visualized, you were picturing that position and the resulting variation. I'm sure that now you will be more aware of that if you see a tactical motif like that in a puzzle or in your games.
That's true. Hopefully.
So it's helpful always, I'm sure.
It is. The more you see it, the better. The more I see situations in puzzles, the more I can see it in games. I was missing a lot of basic checkmates, so I went back to the easiest checkmates.
Yeah.
And honestly, the one that I forget about is the knight and the rook. Because I for some reason, I don't see it. That's really, that's the first checkmate. If you go down to the easiest puzzles, 100 rated, that's the easiest checkmate. Oh, that and queen variations. I mean, the queen with the piece defending it, right? That's the most basic one. But then the second most basic one is knight and rook. And I don't think I've ever made that checkmate, ever. So that's one I visited. Yeah, because I kept missing these kinds of checkmates because I have never seen it, or I'm not as familiar with them because they don't get. Yeah. They don't show this at the higher puzzle, or the puzzles that I'm on. And so I never it's the most basic one, but because I haven't seen it that much, I don't consider it. And now I don't know. I'm going back to all of the checkmates because I kept missing it in my games.
I think it's good to go back to it. I was also, when I still competed on the Olympic team, sometimes as practice, what I would do is to look at checkmate in ones, checkmate in twos, or just winning a piece in one move. So very basic puzzles, but I had to do them very quickly, just pattern recognition, and just go try to do it as quick.
Puzzle rush.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So that can be helpful too, even if you already know that level, but it's just to recognize the pattern as quickly as possible. For that, it's really useful, and then you see also the piece coordination, what makes the puzzle possible. So even if something is easy, you can just see, knight a6, you figured out that this is the move because it attacks the rook, and then you can also just connect some of the details that, that knight jump also has opened up the rook's path, so the rook is actually covering the CA square. White cannot even give a check there anymore.
Yeah.
It's not just that we are not losing the other rook, but he cannot even move there.
That's true.
He cannot go anywhere. So it's great to sometimes, even after solving a puzzle, so you can either try to do them real quick as a warm-up and also just to recognize patterns quickly, or if you take your time to solve the puzzle, or maybe you can solve the puzzle quickly, but then you can pause and see what makes that solution possible. So how are the pieces coordinating? What's the role of each piece in that checkmate, for instance? Or in this case, what's the role of each piece in trapping the rook? So you have the bishop blocking the way on the c file, this pawn supporting the bishop, you have the knight attacking the rook, the king and the rook taking away the squares. So you can analyze the details, and that can help you see the piece harmony. I know you like that term.
No, it is important. Yeah, I talked about it with David yesterday. I was saying a lot of people talk about piece harmony, and I'm just like, I don't. This is hard. My mid games are not good. I try to like. Oh man, in the mid game, sometimes I'm like, all my pieces are hanging by a thread. Like they're defended, but like once.
Yeah.
Like they're each defending each other once, and then like if I move a piece, it's all over. It just feels like very fragile. It feels really
can be a
uncomfortable.
domino effect, but as long as there's one piece protecting the other, you'll be fine. Like there are a lot of positions in endgames too. The less pieces, the less you can control everything, like all squares and all pieces to be protected, because the fewer pieces, the more difficult it is to make sure everything is guarded.
Definitely.
So I understand how it can feel scary that your pieces are like a bit shaky and loose and they all depend on each other, but as long as you just always check at every turn, is there a move that can take advantage of my loose pieces, and then you look at which piece is loose and your king. So the pieces that are loose, or semi-loose, and the king.
Yes, I have to consider checks a little bit more. Oh man, the visualization part is really hard. Is there a way I can learn to do that a little bit better? Because a lot of the time I'll make a move and then after be like, oh no. Like it's only after I make the move that I see it. But it's really difficult for me to visualize things.
Puzzles should help in general for the patterns, and then in terms of going into depths in variations, for instance, the line that you calculated when let me try to go back to that one. This position, when you calculated that bishop d2, you did this very well, that the captures, what happens if both players capture the queen and who will end up having extra material, you did this brilliantly. So what you can also do sometimes, either during games, but it might be time consuming. So if you think that during games you just want to play as you would normally, what you could do maybe when you analyze the game, take a look at some of the critical moments that you considered as critical decision and just double check your calculation. Like just think of it as if I were to give you that as an exercise.
Okay.
And try to, with lines when there's like a lot of captures, and then you have to visualize that. I think during games it might be more difficult to practice it because it's like consciously slowing down and having to go through it and not rely on your instinct, because you can just play these moves also by intuition sometimes. You don't always have to see the end of the line. You can also sometimes, I think since you are studying so much, you probably have a really good intuition by now. And that might also just guide you to make the right move. So you don't necessarily need to see all of this always. But yes, probably what you could do is when you check your games, and I know you check your games after playing them oftentimes, just see if there was any line where you were not sure about what happens if this or that is taken or this or that is played, and try to solve it without moving the pieces. Try to think of those positions by can I even pronounce it anymore? By visualizing. Just visualize what would have happened if you played this or that. That could help, I think.
Yeah,
but it has to be the right position.
It's so
usually
hard
it's about
for me to analyze myself, though. I feel like sometimes it's not even productive. So
I think you're doing it well. The ones I saw on stream when you analyze your games, I thought that was really helpful. Although I also understand your frustration when it's like, I have some of those. I made a list of some of the games I wanted to bring up. Okay. I still have like plenty from the list, but some of those games, basically the computer will tell you that you didn't play the right move, but you played the second best move.
Yeah, it's
but your move is
those
just
are
as fine. So don't be too bothered if the computer is
no, I'm not. If it's a good move, if it's an okay move, I'm okay. So, as long as it's not an inaccuracy, and then I have to figure out why. But I still make a lot of inaccuracies. Although I feel like my percentages were starting to get better. They're seeming to be above 80%. So
they definitely are getting better. I'm gonna show you one that I was really impressed with. There are many that I could pull up, but I thought like this tactical motive, and you're telling me that you feel like your visualization may not be that good, and I'm gonna show you this game that you played, lady, and just how impressed I was when I saw it. This game you're playing with the black pieces, and
Upgrade complete.
也會怕有一天會跌倒。
It has begun.
背棄了理想，
My brothers.
誰人都
Job's done. Job's done.
It has begun.
I'm here to help.
有一天知你共我。
Is there danger?
Enlighten me.
I'm here to help. I stand for the light. The light is my strength.
Out with it.
淚看雪飄過，為着冷卻了的心窩飄入
My brothers. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
It has begun. That's a given. No one shall be the
Job's
I
done.
stand for the light. Is there danger?
原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，又會怕有一天會跌倒。
Out with it. My brothers.
Job's done. Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's
Has
done.
begun.
Someone call it up.
Enlighten me.
背棄了理想，誰人都可以。哪會怕有一天只你
That's a given. No one shall be the wiser. For my brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser. I am prepared.
I stand for the light.
My bidding
Upgrade
has begun. For
Job's
my
done.
brothers.
高高我从藏前年啊，看见了人生。
头望明月，低头思故乡。窗前明月光，疑是地闪烁。
I bid you. Enlighten me. I bid you.
Someone call for the doctor?
是你吧，总是在寂寞夜流亡。你是人是却是迷惘。
It has begun.
仿佛告诉我生命
Job
My
done.
brothers,
Job done.
来一首老诗，喝一杯老酒，明月
I am prepared.
Upgrade complete.
翱翔。
Enlighten me. I am prepared. That's a given. Not so. Out with it. I am prepared. Out with it. No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
Waiting on you.
Thy bidding.
Upgrade complete.
Let's get going.
Out with it. For my brothers, it has begun.
Job's done. Job's
Brothers,
done.
enlighten me. Out with it. Enlighten me. I am prepared.
Your move. On your mark. Your move. Waiting on you.
I bid you.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
It has begun. My brothers.
Job's done.
No one shall be the wiser.
Job's done.
What you want me
Job's
to do?
done.
Who you want me to
Out
kill?
with it.
Upgrade complete.
Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete.
I bid you.
Cette année dans la catégorie révélation soliste instrumentale. Bravo et merci.
I bid you. Out with it. Enlighten me. I bid you. That's a given. For my brothers.
Research complete.
Out with it. That's a given. I bid you.
Job's done.
For my brothers. No one shall be the wiser.
What you
Job's
want me to
done.
go?
Out
Job's
with it.
done. Upgrade complete.
Who you want me to kill?
Point the way.
Enlighten me.
What you want me to go?
Upgrade complete.
My brothers.
Upgrade
That's a
complete.
given.
下载影片，让自
Job's
己优
done.
先专注冥想，
Job's done.
立即试用家庭方
On
案
your。mark.
Out with it.
你知不知道？你知不知道？
I bid you.
是了，曾经看我到底，我想放手吧。原來你關心中我愛你，沒結果，決定開舉一生等你，也是愛過，否則我才並要起跑，冇錯。旁人來靜靜探聽我昨天哪裏出錯，何時從風迷失中飄起這首歌？是舊日時認真執着的某個故事，可惜這份信念到今天多麼無錯。曾天天真真的你，愛假想某日變離去。 會否等你就似這個？你知不知道？你知不知
I'm listening.
道？
I am ready.
I bid you.
我等到花
Out with it.
也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花
Research complete.
也谢了。聆聽深深的你，我打算某日變離開。孤孤單單的我，會否等我就是這個？飄飄忽忽的你，到真的決定別離開。去變風的天空，你就是這個。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了。等到我心痛，等你等到没有梦，所有感觉已成空，就让一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？
I await your command.
我等到花也谢了。
I am prepared.
Direct me.
我等到
No
花
one shall be the wiser. It has begun.
谢了。
I bid you.
迎着冷眼與嘲笑，從沒有放棄過心中的理想。一剎那，彷彿若有所失的感覺。 我
I'm listening.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete.
My brothers.
Upgrade complete. Job's done.
What do you need?
My life for Nezul.
原諒我這一生不羈放縱愛自由，又會怕有一天會跌倒。背棄了理想，誰人都可以，還會怕有一天
Ready to burn.
Someone call for the doctor.
Ready to work. 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 Ready to work.
The doctor.
Ready to work. Ready to work. Ready to work.
背棄了理想，誰人都可以。
Ready to work.
會怕有一
Ready to work.
似你狂。
Ready to work. Ready to work. Ready to work. Ready to work.
完全零广告，让你尽情观看，不受干扰。免费试用 YouTube Premium。
I'm your shooter.
Where shall my blood be spilled?
Where you want me to go?
Upgrade complete. Build more. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Ready to work.
I await your command.
Build more farms. Build more farms. Build more farms. Build more farms. Complete.
I am prepared.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
看尽了人世里。来饮一首老诗，喝一杯老酒，明月啊，别笑我痴，
Research
别笑
complete.
我狂。窗前明月光，疑是地上霜。举头望明月。
Ready
下。窗前明月光，
Enlighten
疑是地上霜。
It has begun.
Job's done.
Let's get going.
Out with it.
Upgrade complete. Research complete.
I am prepared. Out with it.
Upgrade complete.
my brothers. It has begun.
Job's done.
Thy bidding.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Bravo, mesdemoiselles. Camille Thomas, nommée cette année dans la catégorie Révélation soliste instrumentale.
Job's done.
Et
Job's done.
Au piano.
Yes, my liege.
Et merci.
I am prepared.
你的 YouTube Premium 包含 YouTube Music Premium，
No one shall be the
享受
wiser.
零广告的影片和音乐。
That's a given. No one shall
Job's
be the wiser.
done. Job's done.
It has begun.
Say the word. Job's done.
Thy bidding. Out with it.
天天真真的你，愛假想某日便離去。如孤孤單單的我，會否等你就似這個？而飄飄忽忽的你，都真的決定離去。
Job done. Job done. Job done. Job done. Job done. Job done. Job done.
你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花也谢了。等你等到我心痛，等你等到我心痛，所有过去的时空，全一切都随风。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。你知不知道？你知不知道？我等到花儿也谢了。我等到花儿
Out with it.
也谢了。
How may I serve? Say the word. What do you need?
Waiting on you.
你在跟着影片练习冥想，不想让通知干扰你的思绪。
I am ready.
一线让自己专注当下，免费试用 YouTube Premium。
I await your command. I await your command. Let's get going. I await your command. I'm listening.
How may I serve?
I am prepared. It has begun.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Who you want me kill? What you want me do? Who
Job's
you want
done.
me kill?
Upgrade.
What you want me go? What you want me
I
do?
bid you.
What you want me
I
go?
am prepared. I bid you.
Let's get going.
What? What you want me go?
I am prepared.
done.
I bid you.
What is your wish?
Enlighten me.
Upgrade complete.
I await your
I
command.
bid you.
从 K-pop 舞蹈初学者到变成 Blackpink 头号粉丝，掌握每个舞蹈动作，还能观看更多音乐影片及幕后花絮，不受干扰。音乐 YouTube 首人频道免费试用1个月。
Enlighten me.
总是在寂寞夜里望，你是原始却是迷惘，仿佛告诉我生命无常。来
Job's done.
That's a given.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
I bid you.
Job's done.
Something need yours. What do you want?
I am prepared.
Upgrade.
Yes, chieftain.
I bid you. That's a given.
Job's done.
It has begun.
Job's done.
For my brothers.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done. Job's
I am
done.
prepared. What? I bid you. I am prepared.
I pledge my loyalty. Storm, earth, and fire. Heed my call.
Out with it. Enlighten me.
见你月光，你是地上霜。
Storm, earth, and fire.
Someone call for the doctor. I am prepared.
Where you want me go? What you want me do? Who you want me kill? Why?
I bid you. My brothers.
Job done.
I am prepared.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Is there danger?
I am prepared.
Something need doing? Something need
Out
doing?
with it.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. What? More work?
I am prepared.
Bravo, mesdemoiselles. Camille Thomas, nommée cette année dans la catégorie Révélation